Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The seventh floor corridor of Hogwarts Castle held many secrets, but none as beguiling as the Room of Requirement's newest manifestation. In the waning light of October, as shadows stretched like ancient fingers across stone walls that had witnessed a millennium of magical history, students whispered of a peculiar portrait that had appeared within the enchanted chamber. Unlike the hundreds of animated paintings that adorned the castle's halls, filled with former headmasters, forgotten heroes, and obscure historical figures, this frame remained eerily vacant, a canvas of midnight blue that seemed to ripple like water when observed from the corner of one's eye. Lyra Potter Granger first heard of the portrait during a late-night study session in the Gryffindor common room. With her mother's unruly hair and her father's quiet determination, the fifth-year prefect possessed an instinctive wariness toward magical anomalies that her family's history had instilled in her bones. They say if you whisper your deepest desire to the empty frame, it listens, explained Elspeth Longbottom, her eyes wide with fascination rather than fear. Octavia Knott confided she'd been struggling with transfiguration, and the very next day, she found a rare text on her pillow with passages that helped her master the spell. And what did this mysterious benefactor ask in return? Lyra inquired, her quill pausing above her potions essay. Her mother's stories of Tom Riddle's diary echoed in her mind. Magical objects that offered too much while asking for seemingly little were rarely benevolent. Elspeth shrugged. Just that she'd tell others about the portrait, that it needs to be remembered. By the following week, whispers of the portrait's powers had spread through all four houses. Students slipped away to the Room of Requirement, returning with expressions of wonder and relief after unburdening their secrets to the nameless canvas. What began as academic struggles soon evolved. Confessions of unrequited love, family troubles, and personal insecurities were offered to the silent sentinel of pigment and magic. Then the secrets began to escape. It started subtly, cryptic references in conversation that matched too closely the confidences shared with the portrait. Notes appearing in unexpected places, revealing knowledge that should have remained private. When Gideon Zabini found his family's financial troubles scrawled across the entrance to the Slytherin common room, panic rippled through the student body. The portrait, it seemed, had broken an unspoken covenant. Yet still they came, drawn by promises of understanding and assistance that somehow outweighed the mounting evidence of betrayal. Lyra stood before the Room of Requirement on All Hallows' Eve, her prefect badge gleaming in the torchlight as she paced the corridor 3 times, focusing her thoughts. I need to see the portrait that keeps our secrets. I need to understand what it truly is. The ornate door materialized, its ancient wood carved with symbols that Lyra recognized from her mother's books on magical theory, runes of containment and preservation far older than Hogwarts itself. She entered a chamber unlike any previous incarnation of the room she had witnessed. Vaulted ceilings disappeared into shadow, while bookshelves stretched toward that darkness, laden with tomes whose spines bore titles in languages long forgotten. In the center, atop a simple stone pedestal, hung the portrait, Up close, the canvas wasn't truly empty. Tiny brushstrokes formed patterns that shifted like constellations when observed, creating the impression of depth beyond the frame's confines. As Lyra approached, a chill descended, not of temperature but of primal warning, the instinctive caution one feels at the edge of a precipice. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" came a voice from behind. Lyra turned to find Alaric Flamel emerging from between towering bookshelves. The Beaubaton transfer student carried himself with the quiet confidence of old money and older knowledge, his accent a blend of French refinement and calculated English precision. His arrival at Hogwarts had caused ripples of speculation. Why would the last descendant of Nicholas Flamel abandon the elegant halls of the French Academy for Scotland's ancient fortress of learning? "Beautiful is not the word I would choose," Lyra replied. "Fascinating, perhaps, or dangerous." Alaric's smile didn't reach his amber eyes. "Those qualities are not mutually exclusive. The most fascinating things are often the most dangerous." He gestured toward the portrait. "Have you shared with it yet?" "I'm more interested in what it's sharing with others," Lyra countered. "You've heard about the secrets being revealed." "Of course. That's what drew my attention." He moved closer to the portrait, his fingers hovering near the frame without touching it. "The magic at work here is extraordinary. A preservation charm woven with elements of legilimency and what feels like a modified Gemino curse, copying memories while extracting their essence." "You recognize the spell work?" Lyra asked, surprise momentarily overriding her suspicion. "My family has certain specialized knowledge." His gaze remained fixed on the portrait. "This is not simple enchantment. This is a vessel, Lyra. A container for something that wished to be remembered." The pieces aligned in Lyra's mind, the ancient runes, the whispered confessions, the stolen secrets. "It's feeding," she realized aloud. "Every secret shared strengthens whatever is inside." Over the following weeks, as autumn surrendered to winter's first frosts, Lyra and Alaric formed an uneasy alliance. While students continued their pilgrimages to the portrait, now compelled by some subtle enchantment rather than mere curiosity, the unlikely pair delved into Hogwarts' restricted archives. In a volume bound in dragon hide so ancient it had petrified to stone-like hardness, they found their first clue: accounts of Elizabeth Sardonis, a contemporary of the founders who had been expelled from their company for experiments in magical preservation deemed too dangerous. Elizabeth had vanished from historical record, but rumors persisted of her quest to achieve immortality through the preservation of consciousness in artistic media. "Not a Horcrux," Alaric explained, as they huddled in the library's restricted section past midnight. "Those require murder and division of the soul. This is more elegant, a complete transference of consciousness into an object imbued with the capacity to grow." "Grow through what?" Lyra asked, though she already suspected the answer. "Through secrets freely given, through trust." Alaric's expression held a disturbing admiration. Elizabeth understood that power flows from vulnerability. The portrait doesn't simply record secrets, it absorbs the emotional and magical energy that accompanies them. As December draped the castle in silence and snow, the portrait's influence grew. Students who had shared their deepest thoughts became hollow-eyed and listless, while the canvas itself developed a subtle luminescence, visible only from certain angles. Professors, initially dismissive of student rumors, began to notice the pattern of malaise spreading through their classes. The breaking point came during the winter solstice, when astronomical alignment strengthened ancient magics. Lyra discovered Alaric alone with the portrait, his palm pressed against the canvas, which had developed a translucent quality that revealed shadowy movement within. She's offering knowledge lost for centuries, he whispered, not turning as Lyra entered. Spells the founders themselves feared to preserve. Magical theory beyond anything in our textbooks. His voice held the trembling reverence of addiction. All she asks is enough energy to complete her manifestation. She being Elizabeth Sardonis, Lyra stated, one drawn, who was cast out by the founders for a reason, Alaric. Progress is always feared by those too limited to embrace it, he countered, still not breaking contact with the portrait. She can teach us magic in its purest form, unfettered by ministry regulations or modern timidity. The canvas pulsed beneath his touch, and Lyra saw with horror that Alaric's fingertips had begun to sink into its surface. Not as through a liquid, but as though his very essence was being drawn inward, unraveling at a molecular level. She's not sharing knowledge, she's consuming you to reconstitute herself, Lyra cried, raising her wand. But what spell could counter magic this ancient and cunning? The solution came not from incantation, but insight. The room of requirement had manifested this particular chamber in response to the portrait's presence. It had shown them the truth, if only they had recognized it sooner. I need a way to separate knowledge from its vessel, Lyra whispered, focusing her intent toward the sentient magic of the room itself, to preserve wisdom while releasing its prisoner. The stone floor trembled, bookshelves shifted like tectonic plates rearranging themselves. From the ceiling descended a crystalline vessel filled with silvery liquid, a pensive of extraordinary size and complexity, its basin carved with the same runes that adorned the entrance door. Understanding bloomed in Lyra's mind, with a clarity that felt almost external. The room itself was guiding her. "Alaric, step back," she commanded, channeling her mother's authoritative tone. "We don't need to destroy the knowledge. We can extract it without releasing Elizabeth." For a moment, conflict raged across his features, hunger for forbidden wisdom warring with self-preservation. Then, with visible effort, he wrenched away from the portrait, falling backward as the connection broke with a sound like glass fracturing. Lyra levitated the massive pensive between them and the portrait. "Memoria Revelio," she intoned, directing her wand in a complex pattern her mother had once demonstrated, a spell developed for safely examining cursed objects containing memories. The portrait began to vibrate. Colors swirled across its surface like oil on water, forming briefly into a woman's face, beautiful, ancient, and terrible with ambition. A silent scream distorted those features as silvery strands began to pour from the canvas into the pensive, separating like wheat from chaff. Knowledge flowed like mercury, while a darker essence remained trapped within the frame, writhing in fury at its extraction. Hours passed as the process continued, Lyra maintaining her spell with sweat beading on her brow, Alaric providing magical support when her strength faltered. Dawn's first light filtered through windows that hadn't existed when they entered, illuminating the now still pensive, filled with glimmering memories, and the portrait, no longer empty, but inhabited by a shadowy figure trapped behind what appeared to be crystal rather than canvas. "What happens to her now?" Alaric asked, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. Lyra studied the portrait, where Elizabeth Sardonis raged in silent captivity. "But the room will keep her contained. That's why it appeared in the first place, a warning and a prison." She turned to the pensive. "As for this knowledge, it should be studied," Alaric insisted, that hunger returning to his eyes. "It will be," Lyra agreed, "but not in secret and not alone. Some wisdom is too heavy for a single mind to bear uncorrupted." As they emerged from the room of requirement, leaving behind a chamber that would remain sealed until another time of need, students passed them in the corridor, their expressions clearing like fog, burning away under sunlight. The portrait's hold was broken, its collection of secrets interrupted before manifestation could complete. Yet in the pensive remained the distilled knowledge of an age when magic was raw, more fundamental, neither good nor evil, but powerful beyond modern comprehension. Knowledge that would require wisdom to wield, and perhaps more importantly, wisdom to know when to leave dormant. For some secrets, Lyra realized, watching Alaric's contemplative profile, are best kept not in portraits or pensieves, but in the collective guardianship of those who understand that power is only valuable when tempered by compassion. A lesson her famous family had learned through sacrifice and love, and one that each generation must discover anew. Story 2. Green flames flickered across London that fateful evening, casting emerald shadows through windows in a pattern that Muggles would later attribute to an unusual aurora borealis. But Felix Weasley knew better. From his cramped desk in the forgotten corner of the Department of Magical Transportation's Floo Network Authority, he watched with mounting horror as hundreds of amber lights on the massive tracking map before him began to blink simultaneously, each representing a wizard or witch caught in transit between fireplaces, suspended in the liminal space that no magical being was meant to inhabit for more than a heartbeat. The catastrophe was unprecedented. The Floo Network, that ancient web of enchanted pathways connecting wizarding hearths across Britain, had never failed so completely in its 7 centuries of operation. As junior apprentice to the network authority, Felix would normally have been relegated to brewing tea and filing incident reports of minor soot accidents. Instead, he found himself the sole witness to magical calamity, as his superiors had departed early to attend the minister's Samhain Gala. Felix ran his fingers through hair that bore the Weasley trademark flame red, though lacking the vibrance that characterized his more magically accomplished relatives. At 22, he was considered the family disappointment, capable of only the most rudimentary spells, barely scraping through his N, E, W, T, S, A, and possessing none of the innovative brilliance that had made Weasley's by Wizard Wheezes an international sensation. His position at the ministry had been secured through family connections rather than merit, a fact his cousins never let him forget. "Merlin's beard," he whispered, as the map revealed the scope of the disaster. Each blinking light represented a soul now existing as neither matter nor energy, but something in between, a spectral half-existence trapped in the network's arcane pathways. The emergency protocols activated, sending silver messages streaking toward department heads and auras. Yet Felix knew that by the time the ministry's bureaucracy mobilized, many of the trapped travelers might be beyond saving. The longest anyone had survived suspended in the Floo Network was 17 minutes, a case documented in Batilda Bagshot's A History of Magical Transportation Accidents that had left the survivor permanently translucent and emanating the scent of ash. He was reaching for his wand to send his own message when the map revealed something that froze his blood. Among the amber lights was one pulsing with a distinctive rhythm that Felix recognized, the magical signature of his mother, Audrey Weasley, who had been traveling to visit his sister Lucy's family in Cornwall. Personal fear overtook professional caution. Felix abandoned protocol and pressed his wand to the map, whispering an incantation his grandfather Arthur had taught him, a spell for tracing magical signatures through the Floo Network that technically violated several ministry privacy statutes. The map responded, magical lines illuminating to reveal his mother's intended path and the precise point where she now hung suspended between worlds. As he prepared to alert his superiors, a flicker of movement caught his eye, a pattern within the chaos. The failures weren't random. They formed a geometric shape across Britain, a constellation of suspended travelers creating what appeared to be a vast arcane symbol. Felix had seen similar designs only once before. In a restricted text he'd been tasked with cataloguing during his brief internship in the Department of Mysteries. "Oh, this is deliberate," he breathed, the realization striking like a stunning spell. "Impressive deduction, Mr. Weasley," came a voice from the doorway. "Most observers would require hours to recognize the pattern." Felix turned to find Imogen Grey leaning against the doorframe. With her silver-streaked dark hair and the distinctive silver pin of an unspeakable entraining gleaming on her robes, she projected an aura of composed authority that made Felix instantly conscious of his rumpled appearance and the ink stains on his fingers. "The Department of Mysteries has been monitoring unusual fluctuations in magical transit pathways for weeks," she continued, approaching the map. "Though we didn't anticipate such a dramatic escalation. People are trapped," Felix said, gesturing desperately at the blinking lights, "including my mother. We need to alert the entire Department of Magical Law Enforcement, not stand around admiring the pattern." "That would be precisely the wrong approach," Imogen said coolly, drawing her wand. With a flick, she locked the office door and cast a silencing charm that made Felix's ears pop. "This isn't a mere network failure. It's a transformation attempt." "Transformation of what?" "Of the fundamental architecture of magical transportation." She approached the map, eyes reflecting the eerie glow of suspended travelers. "Tell me, Mr. Weasley, what do you know of Percival Fawley?" The name triggered a distant memory, a headline from the Prophet 5 years earlier about a brilliant but controversial innovator whose theories on magical transit had been deemed too radical by the ministry. Felix had only skimmed the article, more interested then in Quidditch scores than theoretical magical engineering. Wasn't he experimenting with alternative transportation methods? "Something about the limitations of existing systems," Imogen nodded. Fawley believed that traditional methods, apparition, portkeys, the Floo Network, were deliberately designed to restrict wizards' access to certain dimensional possibilities. Her fingers traced the pattern on the map. Although he theorized that the veil between realities is thinnest during magical transit, particularly through the Floo, when a witch or wizard exists temporarily as neither matter nor energy. Cold understanding dawned on Felix. "You're saying he's using these people, using my mother, as some kind of anchor points? To what end?" "To tear open the barriers between our world and others, where the laws of magic evolved differently." She locked eyes with him. "Worlds where there were no statute of secrecy, no restrictions on experimental magic, no prohibition against the darkest arts." Felix's mind raced. If Fawley succeeded, the consequences would be catastrophic, unrestricted magic flooding into their reality, possibly altering the fundamental laws that governed their existence. And his mother, suspended between worlds, was part of the geometric key unlocking this chaos. "Ah, how do you know all this?" he demanded suddenly, suspicion flaring. "The Department of Mysteries just happened to be monitoring this situation, and you just happened to arrive at the precise moment of crisis." Imogen's expression remained impassive, but something flickered in her eyes. Respect, perhaps, at his perception. "I was Fawley's apprentice," she admitted, "before the ministry rejected his proposals." I helped develop the theoretical framework for his interdimensional transit system. I didn't realize until recently that he intended to implement it, or the price others would pay. Felix stepped away from her, hand moving to his wand. So you're involved in this? I'm trying to stop it, she snapped. The unspeakables recruited me to help them understand Fawley's work, but we were too slow. He's proceeding with the final phase, using the suspended travelers as dimensional anchors. How do we free them? Felix demanded, thoughts fixed on his mother's blinking light. We don't, not directly. We need to reach the nexus point of the transformation and disrupt the spell at its source. She glanced at her watch. We have perhaps 30 minutes before the suspended state becomes irreversible. Where's the nexus? The Ministry's primary Floo junction, level 9. Her voice dropped. Where the Department of Mysteries meets the ancient heart of the Floo Network. Felix understood the implication immediately. Level 9, the most heavily protected area of the Ministry, accessible only to unspeakables and senior officials. No mere apprentice from magical transportation would be permitted entry, especially during an emergency. Yet Imogen had the silver pin, and Felix had something more valuable, the desperation of a son trying to save his mother. You need me because I can trace specific magical signatures in the network, he realized. You know how to disrupt Fawley's spell, but you need to find him first. She nodded once, confirmation and agreement in a single gesture. Moments later, they descended in the Ministry's golden elevator, bypassing the evacuation in progress as senior officials responded to the crisis with their usual mixture of panic and bureaucracy. Imogen's unspeakable credentials granted them passage through increasingly restricted areas until they reached the obsidian door marking the boundary of the Department of Mysteries. Beyond lay a circular room with 12 identical doors, the legendary entrance chamber that had confounded intruders for centuries. Imogen placed her palm against a section of wall that appeared identical to the rest, whispering words in a language Felix didn't recognize. The wall dissolved, revealing a 13th passage that no public record acknowledged. The original Floo chamber, she explained, leading him down a narrow spiral staircase. Established when the Ministry was built, directly above the convergence of 7 ley lines, the modern network was constructed around this core. They emerged into a vast circular chamber dominated by a fireplace of immense proportions, its mantle carved with runes that seemed to shift and change as Felix tried to focus on them. The hearth contained not flames, but a swirling vortex of emerald energy, the primordial source from which all Floo connections drew their power. Before it stood Percival Fawley, his tall figure silhouetted against the green glow. Silver-haired and regal in midnight blue robes embroidered with astronomical symbols, he projected an aura of focused intensity that reminded Felix uncomfortably of old photographs of Grindelwald, the visionary certainty of a man convinced of his righteous cause despite its cost to others. Imogen, Fawley acknowledged without turning. I wondered if you would join us for the culmination. And you've brought... He glanced over his shoulder, assessing Felix with a dismissive gaze. A Weasley. How novel. Release the travelers, Percival, Imogen said, her wand now drawn. The interdimensional theory was never meant to be implemented this way. All great advancements require sacrifice, Fawley replied. These travelers are not being harmed, they're being elevated. They'll become the first heirs of the new magical order, existing simultaneously across multiple realities. They didn't consent to being your test subjects, Felix interjected, anger overcoming intimidation. My mother is trapped in your network. Fawley's expression softened momentarily. I regret the necessity, young man. But once the transformation is complete, she'll understand. You all will. He gestured toward the swirling emerald vortex. Even now, the barrier's thin. I can see worlds where wizards never hid from muggles, where magical evolution continued unimpeded. Felix realized with horror that tendrils of crimson and violet energy now swirled within the green, alien magic bleeding through from the realities Forley sought to access. Imogen moved with practiced precision, casting a containment charm around the vortex. Felix, I need you to locate the primary junction point. Use your family's signature to trace the pattern. Understanding flashed between them. Felix pressed his wand to his palm, drawing a drop of blood, the same Weasley blood that flowed through his mother's veins. He cast it toward the vortex, whispering the tracing spell. A glittering red line appeared, weaving through the emerald energy until it connected with a pulsing node, deep within the magical maelstrom. One of hundreds of similar points, each representing a trapped traveler. But this one, tied to Felix by blood, provided what they needed, a map to the geometric pattern's master key. Forley reacted instantly, sending a blast of energy toward Felix that Imogen deflected with a shield charm. You cannot stop this, he shouted over the roar of the vortex, which grew louder as more foreign energy poured through. The limitations of our world are artificial constructs. We were meant to access all magical dimensions. As Imogen dueled Forley, Felix focused on the connection to his mother. The pattern became clear, a 13-pointed star, with each point anchored by a suspended traveler. Disrupt one point, and the entire configuration would collapse. But disrupting the pattern meant severing his mother's connection to the Floo Network while she remained suspended within it. The magical backlash could be deadly. There must be another way, he muttered. Decades of being told he wasn't clever enough, wasn't talented enough, driving him to prove otherwise in this crucial moment. And then he saw it, not an external solution, but an internal one. The pattern wasn't just a key to other dimensions, it was a conduit. Like all magical conduits, it could be redirected. Imogen, he shouted over the cacophony of magical energies. We don't need to break the connection, we need to complete the circuit. Understanding dawned in her eyes. Between parries against Forley's increasingly desperate attacks, she nodded. You'll need an anchor point. Felix knew what that meant. Someone would need to join the suspended travelers, becoming the 14th point that would complete and stabilize the circuit, allowing the travelers to return while closing the dimensional breach. I'll do it, he said, already moving toward the heart of the vortex. At the threshold of the emerald flames, he hesitated only briefly before reciting the incantation Imogen hastily provided. The world dissolved around him. Felix felt his physical form unravel, consciousness expanding into the network that connected the wizarding world. He perceived the trapped travelers not as abstract lights, but as souls suspended in emerald twilight, frightened, confused, but intact. Among them, he recognized his mother's familiar presence. Felix. Her voice reached him not through sound, but through the magical affinity of family. I'm here. I'm going to get you out. Drawing upon magical theory he'd absorbed through years of working adjacently to greater talents, Felix focused on redirecting the energy flow. The suspended travelers weren't just victims, they were nodes in a vast magical circuit. By positioning himself as the final connection, he could complete the pattern Forley had begun, but redirect its purpose, not to open a permanent breach between dimensions, but to create a controlled circuit that would release the travelers back to their destinations. The cost would be high. As the anchor point, Felix would absorb the magical backlash when the circuit closed. His physical form might never fully reconstitute. In that suspended moment between existence and non-existence, Felix Weasley, always considered the least magical of his illustrious family, performed the most complex piece of magical engineering the Ministry had ever witnessed. He became the conduit through which the trapped travelers would return, his consciousness stretched across the Floo Network like a safety net beneath a tightrope. One by one, the travelers rematerialized in their intended destinations, disoriented but alive. His mother was among the last, her essence lingering briefly alongside his. "You always were exceptional, Felix, just in ways your father and I couldn't properly see." As the final traveler returned, the emerald vortex began to collapse. Felix felt his consciousness fragmenting, dispersing throughout the network. Yet rather than fighting this dissolution, he embraced it, allowing himself to become part of the magical infrastructure that connected the wizarding world. In the primordial Floo chamber, Imogen subdued a devastated Forley as the vortex stabilized, returning to its natural emerald state. All traces of foreign magic receded as the dimensional breaches sealed. "Felix," she called, searching the chamber. But Felix Weasley no longer existed in any conventional sense. What remained was something unprecedented, a consciousness integrated into the Floo network itself, not trapped as the travelers had been, but expanded, transformed into something between wizard and magical infrastructure, the first true heir of Floo powder, existing everywhere and nowhere, guardian of the pathways between hearths. When wizards traveled by Floo in the years that followed, many reported a curious sensation, a benevolent presence guiding them safely to their destinations, preventing the soot mishaps and wrong turns that had plagued the system for centuries. A presence that felt particularly protective of travelers with red hair. And in the burrow, where generations of Weasleys gathered each Christmas, the flames in the hearth sometimes danced into patterns that resembled a smiling face when no Floo powder had been thrown. Audrey Weasley would sit beside the fire late into the night, conversing softly with the dancing flames, keeping her youngest child informed of family news and assuring him that in his own extraordinary way, he had finally found his place in the wizarding world. Story 3. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle had stood for a millennium, bearing silent witness to generations of young witches and wizards who walked its hallowed halls. But on the night of the winter solstice, as the celestial bodies aligned in a configuration that occurred only once every 3 centuries, the castle remembered it was more than mere stone. Magic stirred in its deepest foundations, ancient enchantments awakening like slumbering dragons roused from centuries of dreams. Elara Shacklebolt stood at the window of Ravenclaw Tower, watching as the first snows of winter drifted like stardust against the midnight sky. The rest of her housemates had retired after the solstice feast, but sleep eluded the 7th-year prefect. Her uncle Kingsley, former Minister of Magic and hero of the Battle of Hogwarts, had always told her that magic ran deepest on nights when the veil between worlds grew thin. Tonight, something in the castle's very essence seemed to vibrate with anticipation. The tremor began as a whisper, a subtle shudder that caused the enchanted stars painted across the common room ceiling to momentarily flicker. Then came a low, resonant groan, as though the castle itself was shifting in its rocky cradle. Books tumbled from shelves, and the bronze eagle knocker that guarded Ravenclaw Tower posed a question unbidden. What was forgotten is remembered. What was hidden shall be found. What walks between wisdom and shadow? Before Elara could contemplate the riddle, the floor beneath her feet rippled like disturbed water. Students emerged from dormitories in various states of alarm as the tremors intensified. Prefect instincts taking command, Elara directed younger students away from windows and falling objects, maintaining calm even as ancient stone shifted around them. When the quaking subsided minutes later, leaving disarray but no injuries, Professor Flitwick arrived breathless at the common room. Everyone accounted for. "Excellent, excellent," the diminutive charms master squeaked, performing swift diagnostic spells on the tower's structure. "Most curious, it appears the disturbance was localized entirely within Ravenclaw Tower." As the crowd dispersed under Flitwick's reassurances, Ilara noticed something no one else had, a thin seam of blue light emanating from beneath the central mosaic, where moments before had been only solid stone. While prefects led students back to dormitories, she approached the glowing line cautiously, her wand extended. "Revelio," she whispered, and the seam widened, stones rearranging themselves into a narrow spiral staircase descending into darkness. Professor Flitwick gasped behind her. "In all my years as head of Ravenclaw, extraordinary. This passage has never appeared before." The staircase beckoned with an azure glow that pulsed like a heartbeat. Against all sensible protocol, Ilara felt an overwhelming compulsion to descend. Professor Flitwick, overcome with similar curiosity, nodded once. Together, Miss Shacklebolt. Carefully now, Lumos Maxima. The passage led them deep below Ravenclaw Tower, past walls inscribed with runes and mathematical formulas so complex they seemed to shift and recalculate as the light passed over them. The air grew heavy with ancient magic, not the practiced, refined spellcraft taught in classrooms, but something primal and elemental that raised gooseflesh along Ilara's arms. The staircase ended at a circular chamber whose domed ceiling mirrored the night sky above. Though they were well underground, at its center stood a pedestal of white marble, upon which rested a silver diadem that emitted the soft blue radiance that had guided their descent. "Impossible," breathed Flitwick, wonder and scholarly skepticism warring in his voice. "Ravenclaw's diadem was destroyed during the Battle of Hogwarts." "Not the true diadem," came a melodious voice from the shadows. Both whirled, wands raised, to find the pearly form of the Grey Lady, Helena Ravenclaw, daughter of the founder and Ravenclaw's resident ghost, drifting into the chamber. Her normally sorrowful countenance bore an expression of wistful recognition. "The diadem destroyed by fiendfire was indeed my mother's creation," Helena continued, her spectral form illuminated by the artifact's glow. "But not her masterwork. That she concealed even from me." Ilara stared at the diadem, its delicate silver filigree and central sapphire far more elegant than the replica she had seen in historical texts. Why would she hide her greatest creation? And why has it revealed itself now? "The castle responds to need," Helena replied cryptically. "As for why it was hidden, some wisdom is too dangerous to be freely given." Professor Flitwick performed a series of detection spells, careful not to direct any magic at the diadem itself. "No curses or hexes that I can detect, but the enchantment is profound. Unlike anything in modern magical practice, drawn by an inexplicable certainty, Ilara stepped forward. The diadem's glow intensified as she approached, its light seeming to reach toward her like tendrils of sapphire flame. Behind her, Flitwick called a warning, but his voice seemed distant, muffled by the soft humming emanating from the artifact. Her fingertips touched cool silver. The chamber dissolved around her. Visions cascaded through Ilara's consciousness. 4 founders gathered around an ancient tome, faces illuminated by candlelight as they debated magical theory in a language that was both familiar and archaic. Rowena Ravenclaw, her keen eyes alight with inspiration, demonstrating a spell that revealed golden threads connecting all living beings. Godric Gryffindor's booming laughter as he tested a shield charm of incredible potency. Helga Hufflepuff tending magical plants whose properties had been lost to modern herbology, and Salazar Slytherin watching his colleagues with calculated intensity, his fingers tracing patterns in a leather-bound journal whose pages radiated darkness. The scene shifted. Rowena working alone by moonlight, her slender hands crafting the diadem with silver from the stars themselves, whispering enchantments in forgotten tongues as she wove wisdom and warning into its structure. Her eyes filled with tears as she worked, burdened by knowledge of betrayal yet to come. Ilara gasped as her consciousness returned to the chamber. The diadem now rested upon her brow, its weight almost imperceptible, but its presence undeniable. Knowledge unfurled in her mind like countless scrolls simultaneously unraveling, secrets of magic long forgotten, glimpses of potential futures branching like lightning across storm clouds, and most disturbingly, an acute awareness of the darkness that lurked in the hearts of those around her and within herself. Miss Shacklebolt, Flitwick's voice penetrated her overwhelming awareness, concern evident in his tone. "Are you quite all right? She bears the diadem of discernment," Helena interjected, her ghostly form now hovering protectively near Ilara. "My mother's true legacy. It reveals not just knowledge, but the shadow and light in all magic, and in all who wield it." Over the following days, as news of the discovery spread through Hogwarts like wildfire, Ilara struggled to adjust to the diadem's gifts. Though she removed it from her head, its connection remained, granting insights that were both blessing and burden. In ancient runes, previously indecipherable texts became clear as morning dew. In potions, she instinctively understood how ingredients would interact before combining them. But more unsettling was her newfound perception of others. Auras of intention surrounding her classmates and professors, revealing benevolence, ambition, insecurity, and occasionally disturbing shadows of malice. Headmistress McGonagall, after consulting with the Ministry and with Portrait Dumbledore, decided the diadem should remain at Hogwarts under guard while its full properties were studied. It was during her assigned research in the restricted section that Ilara first noticed the boy watching her, tall and elegantly composed, with aristocratic features and eyes that held century-old sorrows. Corvus Lestrange, seventh-year Slytherin, whose family name still evoked whispers despite his own impeccable behavior. "The diadem shows you things about people, doesn't it?" he asked, approaching her table with calculated casualness. "What does it show you about me?" Ilara considered deflection, but something in his direct gaze prompted honesty. "Conflict, determination, a shadow not of your making that you carry nonetheless." A flicker of surprise crossed his features before he nodded. "Accurate, if diplomatic, but you should know. There are those who have already learned of the diadem's powers. Those who would use Ravenclaw's wisdom to ensure another Dark Lord never rises. By whatever means necessary. Ex-Death Eaters," Ilara surmised, recalling shadowy figures from the diadem's visions. "They believe they could use it to identify and... what? Eliminate potential dark wizards before they become threats." Corvus's jaw tightened. "My father among them. They call themselves the Praevan Officium, magic of prevention. They believe the diadem could validate their crusade, provide certainty where now they act on mere suspicion." He leaned closer, voice dropping. "They don't understand what Ravenclaw created. The diadem doesn't just reveal darkness in others. It reveals the darkness within oneself," Ilara finished, the truth resonating with her own experience. the capacity for both shadow and light that exists in every witch and wizard. Their unlikely alliance formed in that moment, the niece of a ministry hero and the son of convicted Death Eaters, bound by understanding of Ravenclaw's true intention, not a weapon for identifying enemies, but a mirror for self-knowledge. When the attack came 3 nights later, they were prepared. Cloaked figures breached the castle's defenses during the midnight changing of the Aura Guard, their movements suggesting intimate knowledge of Hogwarts' secret passages. Ilara, forewarned by the diadem's visions, waited in the chamber with Corvus and a select few trusted professors. Augustus Lestrange, Corvus's father, led the intruders, his face so similar to his son's, contorted with righteousness as he confronted them. The diadem belongs with those who understand its purpose. With it, we can prevent another Voldemort, another war. We can cleanse our world before darkness takes root. That was never Ravenclaw's intention, Ilara replied, the diadem now openly displayed on her brow, its blue light illuminating the chamber. This isn't a tool for judgment, but for insight. It reveals the potential for darkness in us all, including you. Especially you, Father, Corvus added quietly, stepping forward. I've seen your list of suspects, children as young as 11 whose family histories or magical affinities mark them for your prevention. How is that different from the pure-blood ideology you once served? Augustus faltered, his certainty visibly shaken by his son's words. The diadem's light intensified, enveloping the chamber in azure radiance that seemed to penetrate flesh and bone, illuminating each person's magical essence. Within every aura, even McGonagall's steadfast presence, shadows danced alongside light, the capacity for both creation and destruction that defines all power. This is Rowena's wisdom, Helena's ghost intoned, materializing within the blue glow, not to eliminate darkness, but to acknowledge it. To guard against our own capacity for corruption, rather than seeing it only in others. The revelation struck each person differently. Some of Augustus's followers lowered their wands, disarmed by self-recognition. Others, including Augustus himself, recoiled from the diadem's uncompromising reflection. In the confrontation's aftermath, as Aurors took the intruders into custody, Ilara stood at the tower window where her journey had begun. The diadem rested once more upon its pedestal, its purpose fulfilled for this generation. Corvus joined her silently, both understanding that Ravenclaw's legacy was not ultimate knowledge, but essential insight, that wisdom begins with recognizing the shadow within before confronting it in others. Outside, snow continued to fall on Hogwarts, ancient stones, covering the castle in a blanket of pristine white that would, come morning, reveal the footprints of all who walked upon it, each marking their own path across unblemished possibility. Story 4. The ancient trees of the Forbidden Forest stood as silent sentinels at the edge of Hogwarts grounds, their gnarled branches reaching skyward like clawed fingers against the twilight. Mist curled around their roots, weaving between trunks that had witnessed centuries of magical history. But on this autumn night, as a blood-red moon rose above the canopy, the forest was anything but silent. Deep within its shadowed heart, something ancient had awakened. The tremor shook the great hall during the evening feast, causing goblets to topple and first years to gasp in alarm. Headmistress McGonagall maintained her composure, though her eyes darted briefly toward the enchanted ceiling where storm clouds now gathered unnaturally, swirling in concentric circles above the Forbidden Forest. Outside the windows, birds erupted from the tree line, their panicked forms silhouetted against the crimson moon. In the far corner of the Hufflepuff table, Theobald Scamander hunched lower in his seat, as though physical diminishment might render him invisible to his chattering housemates. At 15, he remained remarkably unremarkable, of average height and build, with sandy hair that perpetually fell across eyes the color of fog. His only distinguishing feature was his surname, which earned him either unwarranted expectations or unwelcome questions about his famous great-grandfather Newt, the renowned magi-zoologist. While the rest of Hogwarts speculated about the tremor, only Theo felt the forest's distress call pierce his consciousness, a low, keening vibration that bypassed his ears and resonated directly in his bones. This peculiar sensitivity to magical creatures was his family's true legacy, though his manifestation of it remained undiscovered by all but himself. Unlike the gregarious Newt, Theo had kept his abilities secret, fearing they would only bring more unwanted attention. The following morning brought news that silenced even the most excitable first years. Rubeus Hagrid, gamekeeper and care of magical creatures professor, had vanished. His hut stood empty, Fang howling mournfully by the hearth, while near the forest's edge, massive footprints and signs of struggle suggested a confrontation of terrible violence. "Something's tearing up the Forbidden Forest," Theo overheard Professor Longbottom telling McGonagall as they passed in the corridor. "Entire groves uprooted, centaur territories abandoned. They're saying it's a creature not seen in Britain for centuries." By the third day of Hagrid's absence, ministry officials arrived, stern-faced wizards from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, their crimson robes emblazoned with the silver emblem of the Beast Division. They brought with them steel cages and silver-tipped spears, enchanted for maximum incapacitation, a euphemism that made Theo's stomach clench. That night, unable to silence the forest's increasingly desperate call, Theo slipped from the castle, beneath a borrowed invisibility cloak acquired through an elaborate system of favors among classmates. He made his way across moonlit grounds toward the forest's edge, where ministry hunters had established their base camp. The minister wants this, contained by week's end. A square-jawed witch with close-cropped grey hair instructed her team. The preliminary scout reports confirm it, a Sylvanheart, previously thought extinct, incredibly territorial, immensely powerful, and completely incompatible with a school environment. We capture if possible, but the elimination authorization has been approved. Theo had never heard of a Sylvanheart, but the name resonated with the persistent call that had drawn him here. Skirting the hunter's camp, he plunged deeper into the forest than he had ever ventured, guided by an instinct that hummed in his veins like an ancient melody. The devastation became apparent as he proceeded. Great swaths of destruction where ancient trees lay splintered as though struck by lightning. Deep furrows carved into the earth as if by massive claws. Yet something about the pattern struck Theo as peculiar. The destruction wasn't random, but followed precise geometric lines, almost like... "Wards," came a voice from the shadows. "It's reinforcing the boundary wards." Theo whirled, nearly losing his invisibility cloak. From the darkness emerged Professor Artemisia Blackthorn, the new defense against the dark arts teacher whose severe demeanor and visible battle scars had intimidated even the rowdiest seventh years. Her wand emitted no light, yet she stared directly at where he stood. "Disillusionment charms detect body heat, Mr. Scamander," she explained dryly. "But the question is, why Hufflepuff's most determinedly invisible student has chosen to make himself visible to one of the most dangerous creatures currently in Britain." Before Theo could formulate a response, a thunderous sound shook the clearing, part roar, part keening cry, and from between the trees emerged a being of such otherworldly majesty that Theo momentarily forgot to breathe. The Sylvan Heart stood nearly 15 feet tall, its form a seamless hybrid of stag and ancient tree. Bark-like skin covered rippling muscles, while a crown of branches adorned with luminescent leaves formed massive antlers that scraped the lower canopy. Its eyes glowed with amber light, reflecting wisdom and desperation in equal measure. Deep gashes marred its flanks, oozing golden sap that glimmered in the moonlight. "Magnificent," Professor Blackthorne whispered, her customary severity giving way to reverence. "There hasn't been a confirmed sighting since the 17th century. The creature's attention fixed on Theo, even through his invisibility cloak. It lowered its great head, antlers creating a cathedral-like space as it brought one glowing eye level with the boy's face. The call that had drawn him intensified, transforming into clear communication, not words exactly, but emotions and images that cascaded through his consciousness. Danger, breach, ancient pact, 4 founders, portal weakening, time running short. "It's trying to repair something," Theo said aloud, certainty rising within him. "It's not destroying, it's maintaining wards, ancient wards that were failing." Professor Blackthorne's expression sharpened. "How could you possibly know that? I can hear it, feel what it's communicating." Theo hesitated, then added, "It's a family trait." Understanding dawned in the professor's eyes. "A scamander indeed." She turned toward the Sylvan Heart, wand lowered respectfully. "What portal? What breach?" In response, the creature turned and gestured with one cloven hoof for them to follow. It led them deeper into the forest, to a clearing Theo felt certain no Hogwarts student had ever seen. Here, ancient standing stones arranged in a perfect circle surrounded a pool of water so still it resembled black glass. At its center, a barely perceptible distortion shimmered like heat haze. "The Founder's seal," Professor Blackthorne breathed, all pretense of academic detachment abandoned. "I thought it was just a legend." Through his connection with the Sylvan Heart, Theo understood. When Hogwarts was established, its founders had discovered an ancient weakness in the veil between worlds, a place where entities of unimaginable power could cross into their reality. Together, they had created a seal and appointed the Sylvan Heart as its eternal guardian. For centuries, it had maintained its vigil in secret harmony with the forest's inhabitants. But the Battle of Hogwarts had damaged the seal, and with each passing year, it weakened further. "Hagrid," Theo said suddenly, "where is he?" The Sylvan Heart lowered its head in what appeared to be grief. Images flashed through Theo's mind. Hagrid, discovering the weakened seal, attempting to help, then falling through the distortion when it temporarily widened. "He's on the other side," Theo translated, horror rising in his throat. "And the Ministry hunters are coming to kill the only being that can repair the seal and bring him back." The Sylvan Heart nodded, then returned to its work, using its antlers to inscribe complex magical symbols around the standing stones, each mark briefly flaring with golden light before sinking into the earth to strengthen the weakening boundary. "We need to stop them," Theo said, a newfound determination overriding his habitual reticence. "But they don't understand what they're interfering with." Professor Blackthorne regarded him critically. "Why should they believe us? A notorious recluse of a student and a defense teacher with questionable associations in her past." The reference to rumors about her involvement with dark wizards during the Second Wizarding War hung between them. But Theo found he didn't care. What mattered was the truth before them now. "And because I'm going to show them," he said, removing the invisibility cloak entirely, "I'm going to translate for the Sylvan Heart." Dawn broke across the forbidden forest as the ministry hunting party reached the circle of standing stones, led by an unusually assertive Hufflepuff fifth year and a defense against the dark arts professor with her wand pointedly sheathed. The hunters raised their weapons at the sight of the majestic Sylvan Heart, which stood its ground before the weakened seal. "Don't," Theo said, stepping between the creature and the hunters. "It's not what you think." The grey-haired witch who led the hunters frowned. "Stand aside, boy." "That creature has destroyed acres of magical forest and may have killed Rubeus Hagrid." "Hagrid's alive," Theo replied, drawing on a confidence he never knew he possessed. But he won't be for long if you disrupt the Guardian's work." Over the next hour, with the Sylvan Heart's thoughts flowing through him, Theo revealed the ancient history of the seal, the Founder's Pact, and the true nature of the destruction. Not random violence, but desperate maintenance of failing wards. Professor Blackthorn added her considerable knowledge of ancient magical defenses, explaining how the Battle of Hogwarts had damaged many of the castle's oldest protections, including those extending into the forest. The hunter captain, reluctant but unwilling to ignore mounting evidence, finally lowered her weapon. "If what you say is true, if Hagrid is trapped beyond this seal, how do we recover him without compromising the boundary?" The Sylvan Heart communicated directly to Theo, who nodded with understanding. "The Guardian says the seal must be completely restored before it can be properly opened. It needs 3 more days, uninterrupted. Then there will be a brief window when someone could cross over and retrieve him." "Someone meaning who, exactly?" Professor Blackthorn asked sharply. The Sylvan Heart's amber eyes fixed on Theo, and in that gaze he recognized both a question and a calling, the legacy of his bloodline given purpose. 2 days later, as the restored seal glowed with renewed power under a waning moon, Theobald Scamander stood before the still black pool, no longer the invisible student but the chosen emissary to whatever lay beyond. The Sylvan Heart had completed its work, collapsing from exhaustion into a healing slumber tended by the now cooperative ministry handlers, who had been joined by magizoologists eager to document a creature long thought extinct. Professor Blackthorn stood at Theo's side, her scarred hand resting briefly on his shoulder. "Your great-grandfather would be proud," she said quietly, though perhaps unsurprised. Scamanders have always found their courage in the oddest of places. Theo smiled faintly, then stepped forward as the Sylvan Heart had instructed. The surface of the pool rippled at his approach, the distortion at its center widening into a doorway of swirling light. Beyond, he caught glimpses of a strange twilight realm and, in the distance, the unmistakable silhouette of Hogwarts' gamekeeper. "I'll bring him back," Theo promised, to himself as much as to those watching. As he stepped through the portal, carrying nothing but his wand and the knowledge shared by the forest's last guardian, Theobald Scamander finally understood what his great-grandfather had written. Theo had read 100 times. There are no strange creatures, only blinkered people. The portal closed behind him, leaving only ripples on the ancient pool, and the promise of return in 3D. Story 5. The great tapestries of Hogwarts Castle did not merely depict history, they created it. As dawn's first light filtered through the ancient stained glass windows of the Weaving Tower, the threads of the grand loom shimmered with an otherworldly radiance, pulsing with magic older than the castle itself. Unlike the Hogwarts known to most, in this realm, wands were curiosities of a bygone era, relics displayed in glass cases throughout the castle's many halls. True magic flowed from the intricate patterns woven by those with the gift to manipulate the very fabric of reality. Elior Threadwise stood transfixed before the grand loom, his slender fingers hovering inches from its surface. At 17, he was younger than any apprentice ever permitted in this sacred chamber, yet the shimmer of the threads seemed to reach for him, recognizing something in his blood that even he did not fully comprehend. "You see them differently, don't you?" The voice came from Master Thistlewick, whose stooped figure emerged from the shadows. His ancient hands were stained with dyes of 1,000 hues, the mark of a master weaver who had dedicated 7 decades to the craft. "The threads speak to you." It wasn't a question. Elior nodded, unable to tear his gaze from the tapestry where golden strands intertwined with silver, crimson with azure, creating not just images, but destinies. Where others saw merely a magnificent work of art depicting the founding of Hogwarts, Elior saw something alive, a matrix of possibilities, of paths taken and not taken, of lives connected across time and space. "I can see which threads can be shifted," Elior whispered, the confession both thrilling and terrifying. "Some resist any change, anchored too deeply in what must be. But others..." His finger traced a pattern in the air above a section showing a great battle. "Others are like whispers, waiting to be spoken differently." Master Thistlewick's weathered face revealed nothing, but his eyes gleamed with an intensity that made Elior's heart quicken. "Then the rumors are true. You are a fate weaver, the firstborn in 3 centuries. The Weavers' Guild occupied the highest towers of Hogwarts, a secretive order within the school whose existence was known to all, but whose true purpose remained shrouded in mystery. To most students, they were simply the keepers of the enchanted tapestries that adorned the castle, artisans of exceptional skill, whose creations moved and changed with passing seasons. Few suspected that these tapestries were not decorative but functional, each thread a life, each pattern a moment in history, maintained and occasionally adjusted by those with the rare gift to see the underlying structure of fate itself. Elior's induction into the guild was conducted at midnight beneath a canopy of stars, visible through the crystal dome of the celestial chamber. 7 master weavers stood in a circle around the initiate's loom, a smaller version of the grand loom, but no less potent. Elior knelt before it, dressed in the undyed robes of a novice. "Do you swear to observe the 3 constraints?" intoned Master Silverthorn, the guild's matriarch, her silver hair cascading down her back like a waterfall of moonlight. "I swear," Elior replied, his voice steady despite the gravity of the moment. "Never to sever a golden thread, for these are the anchors of our world's foundation. Never to weave a pattern without the Council's blessing, for individual ambition must not overrule collective wisdom, and never to reveal the true nature of our work to those outside the guild, for knowledge of fate's malleability is a burden few minds can bear without madness." As Elior repeated each constraint, the loom before him glowed with an internal light. When the final words left his lips, a single thread materialized between his fingers, his own lifeline, now visibly connected to the greater tapestry. He had become a weaver of destiny. For 3 months, Elior trained under the guild's watchful eye, learning to identify the different types of threads, the unbreakable golden strands of cosmic constants, the silver threads of pivotal historical moments, the more malleable colored threads of individual lives and choices. He discovered that his gift exceeded even Master Thistlewick's expectations. Where other weavers could only observe and maintain the patterns, Elior could sense how the subtlest adjustments might cascade through the tapestry, creating ripples of change that extended far beyond the initial alteration. It was during his 4th month of training that he first noticed the black thread. It appeared overnight, a single strand of absolute darkness against the vibrant colors of the tapestry section depicting the current era. When he pointed it out to Master Thistlewick, the old man's face drained of color. "This should not be possible," the master whispered. "Black threads are not woven by mortal hands. They are interventions." "From what?" Elior asked, fighting the unnatural chill that emanated from the dark strand. "From those who came before, the primordials, whose magic we borrowed, some would say stole, to create our world as it exists today." That night, the Guild Council convened an emergency session, their voices rising in heated debate that echoed through the tower. Elior, technically too junior to attend, pressed his ear against the ancient oak door. "It is as the prophecy foretold," a voice he recognized as Master Silverthorn's declared. "The reckoning approaches. They awaken to reclaim what was taken. We must strengthen the barriers," another argued. "Double the weavers at the grand loom." "That would be like using a candle to hold back the night," a third voice countered. "We need the renegade." A heavy silence followed, broken finally by Master Thistlewick. Raven Nightshade was cast out for a reason. She violated the first constraint. Cut a golden thread, and in doing so prevented the rise of the darkest wizard our world has ever known, Master Silverthorn replied softly. Perhaps her intuition was greater than our caution. The council debated long into the night, but by dawn, a consensus had emerged. The black thread was but the first sign of an ancient power stirring, a debt coming due after millennia. To understand what they faced, they needed one who had dared to challenge fate itself, Raven Nightshade, and they would send Elior to find her. The forbidden forest that bordered Hogwarts grounds had always been a place of mystery and danger. But as Elior ventured deeper into its heart than any student was permitted to go, he discovered it held secrets even the guild had not fully documented. The trees here grew so densely that they formed natural archways, their branches intertwined like, he realized with a start, threads in a tapestry. According to the guild's records, Raven Nightshade had retreated here after her exile 5 years ago, establishing a solitary existence in communion with the forest's ancient magic. Few had seen her since, and those who claimed to describe a woman changed by her isolation, more akin to the shadow spirits that haunted the deepest woods than the brilliant young weaver she had once been. Elior followed the subtle signs Master Silverthorn had taught him to recognize, patterns in the undergrowth, whispers in the wind, the occasional glimmer of thread magic that lingered like footprints for those with eyes to see. As twilight descended, he came upon a clearing where the forest floor was covered not with grass, but with what appeared to be a living tapestry of moss and flowers, arranged in intricate patterns that shifted subtly as he watched. In the center stood a small cottage, seemingly grown rather than built from the twisted trunks of ancient trees. Before its door sat a figure draped in a cloak the color of ravens' wings, her hands moving rhythmically as she manipulated invisible threads with the practiced precision of a master weaver. "The guild must be truly desperate," she said without looking up, her voice surprisingly melodic for one so long removed from human company, "to send a novice into my domain." Elior swallowed hard. "And I am Elior Threadwise, apprentice to the guild of—" "I know what you are," she interrupted, finally raising her gaze to meet his. Her eyes were startling, one as black as the mysterious thread, the other a swirling silver like liquid moonlight. "A fate weaver, the first in generations. I felt your awakening in the tapestry, even from here." She gestured for him to sit on a nearby stump that Elior could have sworn wasn't there a moment before. What I don't know is why the guild, which cast me out as a heretic and destroyer, would seek my counsel now. When Elior described the black thread and the council's fears, Raven's expression transformed from cynical detachment to intense focus. "So it begins," she murmured, "earlier than I calculated, but the signs are unmistakable." She fixed Elior with her mismatched gaze. The primordials stir in their slumber, young weaver. The original wielders of magic from whom the founders of Hogwarts borrowed the power that built our world. Borrowed, Elior echoed. Raven's laugh was sharp, a generous term for what was, in truth, a theft. The primordials are beings of pure magical essence, existing before humans walked the earth. The founders discovered them in a state of hibernation and siphoned their power, using it to establish the magical world as we know it. She rose in a fluid motion and entered her cottage, emerging moments later with what appeared to be a small loom of her own design. Unlike the guild's ornate creations of polished wood and precious metals, this one was crafted from raw forest materials, twisted branches, vines, and what Elior realized with a shock were actual strands of fate, harvested somehow from the greater tapestry. "The black thread is their first attempt to unravel what we have woven," she explained, demonstrating on her loom how a single dark strand could corrupt and transform an entire pattern. As more appear, reality itself will begin to fray, returning to its primal state, a world where magic is not controlled by wizards, but exists as a wild, untamed force answering only to its original masters. "Can it be stopped?" Elior asked, watching in horrified fascination as the beautiful pattern on Raven's loom dissolved into chaos under the influence of the black thread. Raven's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Not stopped, no, but perhaps redirected. The primordials cannot be denied what is rightfully theirs, but they might be persuaded to share rather than reclaim entirely. She fixed Elior with her penetrating gaze. It would require something the guild has always forbidden, a direct reweaving of golden threads, the very foundations of our reality. "The first constraint," Elior whispered. "The very one I violated," Raven confirmed. I cut the destiny thread of a wizard fated to bring darkness because I saw beyond his rise to the suffering he would cause. The guild saw only my transgression against their sacred rules, not the greater evil I prevented." She packed a small bag with strange implements Elior didn't recognize and slung it over her shoulder. "We must return to Hogwarts, to the Grand Loom. What happens next will either preserve our world in a new form or unmake it entirely." By the time they reached Hogwarts Castle, 3 more black threads had appeared in the tapestry, and the effects were becoming visible even to those without weaving sight. Strange distortions rippled through the air, moments where time seemed to stutter or reverse. In the Great Hall, students gasped as the enchanted ceiling, normally reflecting the sky outside, began to show impossible vistas of landscapes that had never existed on Earth. Forests of crystal, oceans of liquid light, mountains that moved like sleeping giants. The Guild Council received Raven with a mixture of relief and suspicion, but there was no time for old grievances. At the Grand Loom, the Master Weavers worked frantically to contain the spreading corruption as black threads continued to materialize, each one unraveling a different section of established reality. "We cannot fight them," Raven declared, studying the tapestry with her mismatched eyes. But we can offer a compromise, a new pattern that acknowledges their primacy while preserving our existence." "Such a thing has never been attempted," Master Silverthorn objected. Because it would require a fate weaver, Raven replied, turning to Elior. Someone who can see not just what is and was, but what could be, all possible patterns simultaneously. Elior felt the weight of every gaze in the room. I don't know if I can... You must... Raven cut him off, or everything ends. With trembling hands, Elia approached the grand loom. The black threads seemed to pulse with awareness of his presence, twisting like living things as he reached toward them. Instead of trying to remove them, as the other weavers had attempted, he followed his instinct and Raven's whispered guidance to work them into a new pattern, one that incorporated rather than rejected their influence. For hours he wove, his consciousness expanding until he could see the entire tapestry of reality at once, past, present, and myriad possible futures. He felt the ancient presences awakening beyond the veil of the world, vast intelligences stirring from millennia of slumber to reclaim what had been taken. Rather than opposing them, he offered through his weaving a vision of symbiosis, a world where magic flowed freely again but remained accessible to those humans who had learned to channel it through their art. As dawn broke over Hogwarts, Elia completed the final knot of his new pattern. The black threads, now fully integrated into the tapestry, pulsed once with blinding intensity, and then settled into a harmonious rhythm with the existing weave, neither dominating nor dominated. Reality stabilized, but changed. Throughout the castle and beyond, wizards and witches felt their relationship to magic transform. No longer was it a force to be controlled and directed through spells and enchantments. Now it moved more like a dance between partners, requiring conversation rather than command. The age of wizards controlling magic had ended. The age of wizards communing with magic had begun. And in the highest tower of Hogwarts, a young fate weaver collapsed before the grand loom, his work complete, as the tapestry of destiny continued its eternal unfolding, now with new hands helping to guide its patterns. Story 6. Ancient magic stirred within the venerable walls of Hogwarts Castle as autumn surrendered to winter's first embrace. The 1,000-year-old stones whispered secrets that only the most attentive ears could hear, secrets that had slumbered since the days of the founders themselves. In the flickering torchlight of the dungeons, where shadows danced like memories across weathered stone, the first of the symbols appeared, a sinuous curve of silvery light that shimmered briefly before embedding itself into the wall like a living glyph. Aurora Blackwood stood transfixed before the marking, her breath forming delicate clouds in the chill air. Unlike her fellow sixth years hurrying past to reach the warmth of their common rooms, she remained motionless, pale fingers hovering inches from the gleaming symbol. The curve spoke to her in ways she couldn't articulate, not with words or spells, but through the ancient blood that coursed through her veins. "You can see it properly, can't you?" The voice, cultured and measured, came from behind her, not just a blur or trick of the light, but for what it truly is. Aurora turned, her cascade of raven hair sweeping across shoulders draped in Ravenclaw blue. Titus Malfoy leaned against a column, his silver blonde hair and aristocratic features unmistakable even in half shadow. The green embroidery of his Slytherin robes seemed almost black in the dim light, but his grey eyes reflected the symbol's ethereal glow with unsettling clarity. "You can see it too," she replied, statement rather than question. "Not as you do." His admission carried a weight of reluctant fascination. "For me, it's like glimpsing something underwater, distorted, obscured. But you..." He straightened, approaching with measured steps. "You're a Blackwood, the last, I believe." Aurora's fingers instinctively closed around her mother's pendant, a tarnished silver amulet bearing a constellation pattern that matched her name. The Blackwood line was thought extinct in wizarding Britain, an ancient family once renowned for their affinity with forgotten magics, now remembered only in footnotes of historical texts. "Deceive, that lineage died with my grandmother," she said, the practiced lie falling easily from her lips. Aurora had spent 5 years at Hogwarts cultivating deliberate unremarkability, her exceptional talents in ancient runes and arithmancy dismissed as mere scholarly aptitude rather than inherited affinity. Titus's sardonic smile suggested he knew better. Did it? Curious then, how the symbols began appearing precisely when you returned from summer holiday. More curious still how your handwriting in ancient runes essays bears striking similarity to these markings. Before Aurora could formulate a denial, the symbol pulsed, emitting a chime like crystal struck by silver. In response, the pendant beneath her fingers grew warm. "They're awakening throughout the castle," Titus continued, his composure betrayed only by the intensity of his gaze. 3 in the dungeons, 1 in the astronomy tower, another near the kitchens, random unless one knows what to look for." "And what exactly are you looking for, Malfoy?" Aurora asked, wariness creeping into her voice. The Malfoy family had worked for generations to rehabilitate their name after the Second Wizarding War, yet whispers of their ancestral connections to dark magic persisted. "The same thing you are, though perhaps for different reasons." He gestured to the symbol. "This is Arcanum script, the magical language created by Rowena Ravenclaw and Salazar Slytherin before their legendary falling out. History tells us Slytherin left nothing in Hogwarts save the Chamber of Secrets, but that was never the full truth." Aurora's academic caution warred with the pull of her heritage. The symbols had been calling to her for weeks, each one seeming to whisper directly to the ancient magic in her blood. She could decipher them partially, fragments about convergence, awakening, and winter's solstice, but context eluded her. "Why would a Malfoy share information with a Blackwood?" she asked, deflection through inquiry. Titus's expression darkened. Because these symbols speak of an artifact, one my ancestors were sworn to protect alongside yours, before ambition and bloodlines drove our families apart." He rolled back his sleeve, revealing a faint mark on his inner wrist, a pattern that mirrored a section of the glowing symbol before them. "This appeared on my skin the night the first marking manifested. Family records suggest it's the sign of the Covenant, a magical oath taken by the original Guardians." Over the following weeks, as the first snow blanketed Hogwarts grounds in crystalline white, an uneasy alliance formed between the Ravenclaw outcast and the Slytherin scion. More symbols appeared with each passing day, along corridors rarely traveled, behind tapestries untouched for centuries, beneath flagstones worn smooth by countless generations of students. With each discovery, Aurora's ability to interpret them grew stronger, the language of the Founders gradually revealing itself through her innate connection to the ancient magic. Their research led them to the restricted section, where volumes untouched for decades yielded fragmentary references to Slytherin's true legacy and the Equilibrium artifact. Meanwhile, professors grew increasingly concerned about the mysterious markings, particularly when several began to glow more intensely as the winter solstice approached. "The symbols form a map," Aurora explained one evening as they huddled in an abandoned classroom, dozens of sketched copies spread across a worn table. Snow fell silently beyond frost-etched windows, and their breath mingled in the cold air, as they bent over their work. Mine not of physical space, but of magical confluence, points where the castle's enchantments intersect most powerfully. Titus nodded, tracing lines between the symbol locations on a castle schematic. And they all lead here. His finger rested on a section of the third floor that appeared to be solid wall on architectural plans. It is a hidden chamber, concealed not by ordinary magic, but by perception itself, a blind spot in the castle's very reality. Created by both Ravenclaw and Slytherin, Aurora added, excitement coloring her normally measured tones. That's why neither of our families could locate it independently. Ravenclaw contributed the mathematical precision, Slytherin the dimensional anchoring, and whatever lies within was meant to maintain balance between the houses. Titus sat back, running a hand through his pale hair, a rare gesture of unguarded frustration. Which raises the question of why it's awakening now. The answer came 3 days later, when the Daily Prophet's headline announced Wizengamot to vote on House dissolution proposal. The controversial legislation, championed by educational reformers, would eliminate Hogwarts' millennium-old house system, citing lingering prejudices and social stratification as its justification. That's why, Aurora breathed, the newspaper trembling in her hands. And the artifact was created to preserve the founder's vision. 4 houses, different but essential to each other. If the balance is fundamentally threatened, it awakens to restore equilibrium, Titus finished. But without proper guidance, its magic could manifest in unpredictable ways. On the eve of the winter solstice, as the Wizengamot prepared for its historic vote, Aurora and Titus stood before an unremarkable section of third-floor wall. The castle had emptied for the holidays, leaving them alone with their discovery and the weight of centuries-old responsibility. "Are you certain about the activation sequence?" Titus asked, adjusting his grip on his wand. Aurora nodded, the pendant at her throat glowing with the same silvery light as the symbols now visible across the castle to those who knew where to look. The Blackwood blood calls to the Ravenclaw elements, yours to Slytherin's contributions. Together, they form the key that perception alone cannot unlock. They began the intricate spellwork, their wands moving in perfect synchronization as they traced the patterns revealed through weeks of study. Ancient words fell from their lips, not Latin or Greek, but the primal language of magic itself, shaped by the founders and preserved through bloodline and covenant. The air shimmered, reality folding upon itself as the wall dissolved to reveal a chamber that existed in a space that shouldn't have been possible, larger within than the castle's architecture should allow, yet undeniably present once perceived. At its center stood a pedestal of white marble veined with green and blue, upon which rested a crystalline orb that contained what appeared to be a miniature Hogwarts, each tower and turret perfectly rendered in luminescent detail. "The equilibrium sphere," Aurora whispered, ancestral knowledge surfacing through her connection to the symbols. Created to maintain the essential balance between the houses, activating only when that balance faces existential threat. Titus approached cautiously, his family's ancient responsibility evident in his reverent posture. The records were fragmented, but they spoke of power to reshape the castle itself, to realign perceptions and reveal the essential unity beneath apparent division. As they neared the artifact, the miniature castle within began to pulse with light, green, blue, red and yellow interweaving in complex patterns. The sphere rose from its pedestal, hovering between them as if evaluating their worthiness. "As the solstice approaches," Aurora said softly, consulting her watch, "minutes remaining, we need to decide. For in their research, they had discovered the artifact's price. To activate its power, to preserve the founder's vision of complementary houses rather than competitive ones, required sacrifice from representatives of houses once divided. The sphere would draw upon their unique magical essences, using them as conduits to restore understanding throughout the wizarding community. The sacrifice isn't death, Titus clarified, reading the uncertainty in Aurora's expression. But it will change us. We'll become living embodiments of the Covenant, guardians whose magic is forever tied to Hogwarts itself. No more ministry career, Aurora mused, thinking of her carefully constructed plans. No more anonymity. No more chance to reshape the Malfoy legacy through political influence, Titus agreed, his own ambitions equally constrained by the choice before them. The sphere pulsed more urgently as the solstice moment approached. Through the chamber's enchanted ceiling, the stars aligned in their celestial dance, marking the year's longest night. "I've spent my life hiding what I am," Aurora said, meeting Titus's gaze across the glowing artifact. "Perhaps it's time to embrace it instead." As the solstice reached its zenith, they placed their hands upon the sphere in simultaneous decision. Magic, ancient beyond reckoning, surged through them, connecting them to every stone of Hogwarts, every enchantment woven into its being. Their consciousness expanded beyond physical limitation, touching briefly the minds of every witch and wizard connected to the school, student, teacher, and graduate alike. Throughout the wizarding world, perceptions shifted. In the Wizengamot chamber, where debates had grown bitter and divisive, members found themselves recalling the essential lessons of their own house experiences: courage tempered by loyalty, ambition guided by wisdom. The vote to dissolve the houses was tabled indefinitely, replaced by initiatives to strengthen cross-house understanding and cooperation. When the solstice night ended, Aurora Blackwood and Titus Malfoy emerged from the hidden chamber transformed. They would return to their respective houses, continue their studies, and appear outwardly unchanged. Yet they carried within them the living magic of Hogwarts itself, guardians of a balance more profound than rivalry or division, representatives of a covenant as old as the castle walls. And in the years that followed, students would sometimes glimpse them walking the corridors late at night, a Ravenclaw and a Slytherin conversing as equals, silver symbols glimmering briefly in their wake. Reminders that the true legacy of the founders lay not in separation, but in the power that emerges when different strengths unite toward common purpose.